So Nasdaq 100 falling more than 5%.
Morning, everyone. What shit show.
And with the S&P 500 tumbling 5.1% and Nasdaq 100 down 5.4%. Also, just keep an eye on individual stocks. Nvidia tumbling about 7.5%, tests the $91 to $96 support zone.
We have liquidity here on sell side into 800. Watch to see if there's an offer here that we can play around. Nothing yet. See. ES has a value here into our edge at 200. Offer at 800 is still showing a little bit of interest. LVN. What is this?
So just seeing a tweet here from Fox's Gasparino saying, I've heard from Wall Street sources close to the Trump White House that Secretary Bessent is trying to moderate, albeit quietly, the president's hardline stance on trade. If he ramps it up, it would be the first significant in-house battle in the new administration, pitting Bessent against Howard Lutnick and Navarro.
$17.75. 54. All right. See what we can do here. God, what a disaster. You see that Varg's about to cry over that tweet, but not you leaving? Decent bounce at our 75 there. Only level I have above is 81 short term. See how we interact into it. Did a buyer go off sides there. In POC of previous candle. I just don't really have a ton of context down here, so I'm going off of only the most recent price action.
S&P Global Rating says that most European businesses can manage US tariff effects.
We can recover this guy. I think 950 has potential. Let's see. I could see a retest if possible. We've got a buyer at 40 to 50. Then we've got this guy here at this 81. A bit.
CME Group says $147 billion of FX was traded on its EBS platform on Thursday, the largest volume since March 19th of 2020.
Back to our 81 offer. Off our bounce there. This market's a little volatile. Jesus.
Trump says I had a very productive call to LAM. So that's Lam. So Vietnam wants to cut tariffs down to zero. So Trump saying Vietnam wants to cut tariffs down to zero.
Resistance at 042 on an NQ.
It's just coming out on his Truth Social there. It did see a little bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500, just a little bit.
Just a little bit, he said. Hey Odin, yeah, the streams on YouTube, I link it in Discord each day. Monday, Wednesday, Friday are open to the public. Tuesday, Thursday are closed, and the link will be posted here.
I look forward to a meeting in the near future. Again, just off the back of that headline, that Trump says Vietnam wants to cut their tariffs down to zero. Did see move towards the upside on the S&P 500.
We do it off of YouTube because it has the least amount of lag. We streamed in Discord for a while, but the quality would drop like halfway through the stream, and it was unreadable. So we stopped with that.
It's just seeing Lululemon quickly apparent declines, and Nike jumps to session high.
Yeah, but if you can't see what's going on the stream, it's kind of useless. Can't read numbers, can't do whatever, yeah. This way, all of the streams are saved as a VOD, and you can go back and watch for review. You can do whatever you need to do, just automatically, which makes it much better overall. I'm guessing if 18K flat can hold here, we'll go up to 140. Just kind of waiting for the market to settle a little bit so that we have a bit more to play around. It's not going to be I need structure. If there's no structure, there's no trade. So this will be important to see if there's going to be anything, or if it's just going to be volatile and there's no hope in actually finding anything worthwhile. If we continue to move like this, like, it's probably not tradable with futures. You might as well just like buy an option so you don't get stopped out before a 100-point move in a direction.
According to Nikkei, Toyota to cover US supplies higher cost tied to Trump tariffs. Again, Nikkei reporting Toyota to cover US supplies higher costs tied to Trump tariffs.
I mean, I have 0 daily prep for where we are, Odin. There's nothing to prep. I mean, we just did an outlying move, drop down for the second day in a row, right? Like there's nothing to do except wait. But usually my prep is marking our 30-second opening range, marking the previous day's value, looking to see on the higher time frame if there is a balance edge that we can play off on the daily or hourly profile, and then just watching to see how we open and how price moved overnight and playing around that. That's really it.
Yen briefly raises gains.
When we
Trading
drop
down
5%
2%.
overnight, there's nothing to do but watch and let things develop.
We have also posted out the article on the financial newsfeed again from Nikkei Asia.
I just
Toyota to
mark
cover
structural
US
levels. I
supplies
don't.
higher cost tied to Trump tariffs.
That's all I do.
So just a reminder, the US did impose an additional 25%
Our indicators
duties
do
on imported
90% of the work
vehicles
for you.
Thursday.
It's just understanding how to trade around it.
And this will be extended to major components such as engines and transmissions by May 3rd.
And then I always check to see what news is going on today.
Trump just saying that this would be the perfect time for Trump to cut interest rates. He's always late, but it can now change his image and quickly. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, inflation is down, even eggs are down 69%. Jobs are up, all within 2 months. A big win for America. Cut interest rates, Jerome, and stop playing politics. Quantwise here, JP Morgan pushing their recession expectations 60%.
Again, I'm looking for a push to 140, ideally on NQ, and then we'll figure out what we do from there. That's our 30-second opening range low.
JP Morgan expects ECB to deliver an additional interest rate cut in April versus prior forecast of cuts in June and September.
Excuse me.
So just an update here from Major Newswire, just saying to ignore the Nikkei story on Toyota, US supply is reported earlier. There is still the article on Nikkei Asia though. So it does
Yeah,
look like
Odin,
it
it
was
was.
posted out a while ago, and they've just updated it again recently. But it's just been put out again.
It was indeed.
So 10 minutes away until we're expected to hear from Fed's Powell, giving his views on economic outlook. And that'll be at the Society of Advancing Business and Editing and Writing annual conference. Text and Q&A is expected. We do have a video. We'll post it out on the feed for you now. And we have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch.
It's a funny tweet. This is our 140 target on NQ. Immediately rejecting. It's our 30-second opening range. See if that holds, or if we continue to pop. If we can show interest above this and get back over day open, we can probably start trading. But until then, it's just going to get a little clunky here. Not a lot of structure below until retest of like that 18K, so not exactly what I want to see. We've got Powell speaking soon. I'll post the link in chat. But I am sure that the news guy will be ahead of the stream. What's up, Dev? We use a service called Financial Juice. Financial Juice. Mm, 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 mm.
5 minutes away from Fed's Powell speaking on the economic outlook, the event where we have posted that video on the feed for you to watch. Again, the event at the SABEW annual conference where text and Q&A is expected.
No tie today. One button open. Headband on. Not playing around anymore, Surf. I feel so bad for him. The questions today are going to be unreal. Man's being held hostage. So are you guys all locked out of Top Step today? Is that what's going on? Are prop firms locked again? They're not locked today? Wow. Oh, is it 5? Okay. I thought it was 2. Okay, got it. Wow, you pay for the full CME bundle?
1 minute to go now.
If you just trade NQ, ES, and RTY, you don't need that. You can just go for like the $18 option flex. But if you trade commodities, then go for the 41, I guess. But if you're just trading what's on screen, then you just need the $18 package. Or 16, yeah. I think it's 18 after taxes. Yeah, that is CME, depth of market. That's all you need.
Ten seconds. Fed's Powell says Fed well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering policy adjustment. Too soon to say when it will be appropriate, when the appropriate path for monetary policy will be. But it's
The
becoming
stream
clear
is
that
still
tariff
not started
increases
for
will be
me.
significantly larger than expected. The same is true of economic efforts. Tariffs are likely to raise inflation in the coming quarters, and more persistent effects are possible. Fed's obligation is to make certain that one-time increases in price levels doesn't become an ongoing inflation problem. Most measures of long-term inflation remain well anchored. Outlook is highly uncertain with elevated risks of higher unemployment and high inflation. Data shows solid growth, labor market is in balance, and inflation much closer, but still above the 2% goal.
Newsbot wins again.
Uncertainty is high and downside risks have risen, but economy is still in a good place. Fed is closely watching tension between hard and soft data. Surveys show dimming expectations, high uncertainty due to new federal policies, and especially trade, and progress toward 2% inflation goal has slowed. Unemployment rate still in low range, and job market is not a source of inflation. Just keep an eye on the markets here. The S&P 500 seeing a little bit of a downside movement. Did see a little pop to the upside, very small, but now seeing some downside movement as well.
Okay.
Traders boost bets Fed to wait until June to start rate cuts as Powell delivers remarks.
Bit worried about RTY here, testing our 30-second opening range low as resistance.
Treasuries hold gains after Powell comments on tariffs impact.
We're holding POC, but we got to see bids like really step back in here. This is NQ VWAP and ES VWAP as resistance on retest. We've got demand below us, about 100 points down. So if this can't flip back to supportive on our VWAP, I'm thinking that we'll probably rotate down to this liquidity here. $50 till new 15s. So far, 140 on NQ is the only viable level that I've been confident in with our 30-second opening range there. Everything else just feels really pretty terrible. We had an immediate response exactly where we wanted, though, at that level. Now it's just about waiting to figure out if we start to push back down and then just playing the lower highs, looking for pullbacks, or just waiting for this to flip back over and then play it back up to that 140 level. Unsure as of yet. Just going to give this a minute to settle down. I'm really not trying to get caught in the wrong direction and then it going 100 points on me.
We have posted out the piece or the speech from Fed's Powell on economic outlook. So now it looks like it's going to the Q&A part of the session.
Here we go.
Powell does not respond to election officials' comments.
You shorted
Powell says
800?
unhappiness with the economy seems rooted in
The
early
18K, you
inflation.
mean? What's 800? 18K was a good short. Is that what you're saying? What's 800? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's only two levels that I see, which was that 140
Powell says
and that
prices don't go
18K.
down and people know they are paying more and are right not to be happy about it.
This is our liquidity that we have resting here. Seeing if bids can hold. Yes, at our 1050 and ETH low.
Inflation has come
Russell
down
into
quite a bit,
VWAP.
but unemployment
So it's a good
is
first risk
near
off.
maximum employment.
Got an offer sitting at 940 above.
Powell says the incoming data through this employment report still shows a solid economy.
We've
So
fully
Powell's
taken
saying
that stack imbalance
these
out.
tariffs raising inflation, and says Fed will wait before further rate moves.
I really don't see anything
So
here
he's
if we
just
don't
probably
hold
saying
this
so in
and
his
pop back
speech.
over.
Powell says Fed does not have a probability forecast of recession, but outside forecasts have raised that probability. Uncertainty is high.
Next
We're seeing a
area
bit of a
of
downside move
liquidity
on the
here.
S&P 500, a tiny bit. Powell says tariffs are higher than almost all forecasters predicted, but I still don't know where it will come to rest. Again, saying we still don't know where it will come to rest. Spot gold extends declines, last down 3%.
Watching our push into 900s here for offer. 900, 920 is where we're looking for sell side to hold if they're serious for lower high. Watch Russell into VWAP as resistance off of our bounce at value low.
Also keeping an eye on the stock indexes. S&P 500 down about 4.2%, Nasdaq down about 4.4%, and Dow down about 3.7%.
Jesus. So volatile, man. Good rejection at 900s. I'm out half here from 900.
So shares of footwear companies are reversing course, as Trump did say Vietnam's leader offers to reduce tariffs on the US. Powell says a year from now, uncertainty should be much lower as impact of Trump policies become clearer.
Maintaining higher lows as of right now. I'll keep that in mind. Need to see a breach if we're going to get more, or RTY will start leading, where we'll test up instead of down into 41.5.
Powell says that it's a good time to take a step back and let things clarify. Too soon to say what monetary policy response should be. Policy stance is in a good place, is in a good stance to wait, and policy is modestly restrictive. So again, policy stance is in a good place to wait, and policy is modestly restrictive.
Watching 30 to 40 again here as we push back up. Got stopped out of my
And
900.
we will wait for greater clarity before further adjustments.
This is where we're looking to see if offer's sitting or if we flip. With the higher lows on Russell, it was hard to want to maintain that short. Which is why I said that we'll probably be pushing into here, into that 41.4. See how we interact as we push up there. Russell needs to lose these higher lows.
GOP Senator Ernst is working with Interior's Bergam on minerals.
So there's a seller into 40s, but I don't think it was playable. I didn't see enough. I think we probably have one more leg up. Just being patient here. We have 50 seconds, still need 15s.
Australian dollar declines 5%, the worst drop since 2008. Powell says we face risks for higher unemployment, higher inflation, and that's difficult for a central bank.
New 15s have opened. Still holding our 40 offer.
Finds tension between its goals will weigh how long it will take to get back to each, which is a difficult decision.
Oh my god.
Powell says, I don't see the Fed's two goals in tension yet, and not the 1970s.
How long? Well, maybe when he officially becomes a dictator, that's when. Until then, no, he can't influence that.
Powell says typically if one goal is further away, we focus on that.
He's attempting to force it by doing what he's doing right now, manipulating the market, but we shall see. He can't do it with an executive order, though. Does he know that? Yeah. Why he's doing what he's doing. This is Russell into target. Watch to see if we flip this or if holds offer. This could be our next leg in either direction, depending on our reaction here. Back to our 18K on NQ. Big
Powell
pivot.
says it's the Fed's job to bring the economy back to stability, regardless of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Trump definitely brings volatility. It was nice when that volatility was to the upside.
Powell says that we want to stick to our knitting.
See what happens here on Russell retest of the zone and Q into our 18K.
That's just a reference of talking about independence for the Fed.
I don't think Mario knows what a pity is in Gotcha. It's understandable though. If this liquidity here on footprint fails at 70, we get more downside. If they are able to hold it here and this then 18K goes supportive, then we can rotate up to 052.
Media says Vietnam party leaders.
Russell's still holding our
going
resistance
forward.
here. That 70 buyer is still pretty active. Just need to show interest over this.
Powell says it feels like the Fed does not need to be in a hurry. Adding we have time. Powell says inflation is going to be moving up and growth slowing, but it's not clear what path of monetary policy should be.
Russell still rejecting our pivot. Retesting VWAP. Again, just coming back down into our buyer here at 70. If we lose him, then we can rotate down to like 930 area. If we hold this the 70 liquidity, 60, 70, then we'll be looking for more upside. Keep an eye on Russell for that momentum loss. from our bet at 30. Now watching our offer into 60-70, seeing if this buyer is now flipped offer. Really all I've got here.
Dollar briefly turns higher against the yen. Last flat at about 146.06 yen in wake of Fed's Powell's remarks. So just Trump on his just Trump reposted a video claiming Buffett praised tariffs. So Trump on Friday reposted video claiming Buffett praised tariffs.
This needs to take out the highs on the recovery of 60 to 70, or this is going to be our lower high here into 18K. Lower high.
Hyundai will not raise prices on its current model lineup for the next 2 months, is what the company says.
If you're playing off of the retest into 18K, this is a good first risk off, I think. We'll need to see a very clear push below 80s or more. Testing into our 80 now. $50 till new 15s.
Powell says for a long time we will see upward pressure on housing given lack of supply. Powell says there's a lot more to be said on how tariffs shake out.
15 seconds. Offers resting at this like 30 to 40 above, same as before. Watching to see if it'll flip. A slight bit at this 80. I just don't know if it holds.
Bank of Italy cuts 2025.
I'd like to see us
forecast
rotate up
0.6%
into this and
down.
retest our halfway back as resistance from this 80, which was that risk off that I just mentioned. Now I just want to see how we interact going back into this. Is this going to offer, or can we flip back above into this balance here? And then do this rotation that's here, right? Breaking our downtrend and then rotating this node. Unsure, but this is all I really see. Russell retesting our low as this is happening.
Powell says we will start to see the impact of policies as the year goes on. Powell says hearing a lot from businesses that they are waiting for clarity to make decisions.
RTY still maintaining our low. Just keep an eye on VWAP above as your resistance for your middle range for this oscillation. Again, 30 to 4. It's really 30 to 50 here, honestly. Can't really do 10 points.
Powell says at a certain point,
just watch our offer here as we push into it. We need to flip over, and then we can bid back up to like 70 to 80. If we hold this edge, then it's bearish. If we can flip back over, then we can rotate back up to our, again, like our 76 here. So super important that we see this flip, or this is going to be your offer if you are playing off of your 80 level. Just keep an eye on Russell for lower highs and continuation down. Just gonna keep these lines on so you can have the visual aid. Same thing on ES.
Powell says sometimes surveys are negative and people keep spending. Also, just a heads up here, Fed's bar currently speaking on AI and banking. Also, remind for later on, Fed's Waller is also due to speak. So there was supposed to be some text to be expected for Fed's bar. We'll find it and put it out for you on the feed. Reminder for Fed's Waller, there's no text expected, but there is a Q&A.
Offer held here. Downtrend's still persisting, lower highs. Need to see more from buyers on retests and then get us over if we're going to pop. I want to see breaks of lows on Russell if we're going to continue down. Not a huge fan in more downside until I see Russell show interest below. Once we do, then we'll have our next leg for sure. So I really want to see this weakness push through. Once we see this, then we can look for that push down into our low of ADR.
I was saying beige book is critical for understanding the US economy.
But if this low continues to just kind of maintain into our value, then it's just going to be rotations up. So again, I really want to see that weakness below so that we can do this this lower leg into 18. If you did short off of this 30 to 40 area, right? This is first target here at 17, 900. Need to show interest below, or we're just going to find bids here and our offer here into our halfway back. Once we see us step over this, we should be able to rotate up into 800 again. So far, all we've done is retest on Russell, right? Holding this low, which is bullish in my opinion, not bearish, for at least short term. How we interact here into VWAP should be pretty telling. But I am unwilling to continue to look for downside in the short term with Russell maintaining.
Speaking on AI, fintechs, and banks.
This is our target here, this 770 to 80.
And Powell event ends.
Next above is 18K, so good area to risk off some, and then let's see if we can push over for the full rotation.
All right, so overall, Powell just providing a bit of calm and saying they're going to more or less be taking a wait and see sort of approach, just to summarize his speech all together. So regards to market movements, didn't really see that much movement, to be honest, from the S&P 500 or the dollar index. Regards to expectations for rates, traders did boost their bets at the Fed to wait until June to start rate cuts as Powell began to deliver his remarks.
I wonder if they stop me out here into 900.
Salam saying Vietnam is ready to cut tariff to zero and asks the US to do the same. State media saying that there. Australian dollar hitting the lowest since early April 2020, last down 4.4%.
There's a high probability that I get stopped out of my runners here from as we push back down into support into our lows, but I'm unwilling to not have a break-even stop. So I'm afraid of slippage if we flip through this. Stopped waiting for next move. Back to our lows here on NQ. Russell holding a higher low. Watching to see what happens. again, like if we start to push below 80s, then we definitely have more of a move to the downside, but I'm just not willing to participate again. I liked when Russell was testing our low of our oscillation. That was a much better read for me. With us kind of in the middle here, rejecting VWAP, it's a much less clear.
Also, Lam said that we agreed with Trump to discuss and sign bilateral agreement to concentrize
What?
concentrize commitments on zero tariffs. Excuse me, concretize.
Concretize. I don't think I've ever heard someone use that word.
Spot gold extends fall, last down nearly 7%.
Nah, there's no way you could have known, Teddy. That was good. Great trade. If you left both, you know it would have gone in the opposite direction. And so you get the alternate
New
universe.
Zealand dollar hits lowest since early February against the dollar, last
Uh,
down 3.6%.
Take profits as you go. Can't predict the future. Target? Eesh. I don't know, man. In this administration? We just made a historical low on the fear and greed index. Lovely. Well, just remember you can just buy sectors, Teddy. You don't have to try to hit a bullseye. Just take the whole sector. Russell maintaining higher lows. NQ held our low. I'm not in this rotation. I got stopped into 900. Still holding above our 80 level on NQ. As long as that's maintaining, I'm not a huge bear. It's just a balanced rotation with Russell oscillating. Need to wait for a side to break. NQ just holding between our two pivots, Russell as well. We'll watch for a breach. Again, I'm not incredibly bearish short term until I see a breach of this oscillation. Once we see that and we show interest below our value low, we can do something. But until then, like I'm not shorting Russell ADR with us showing supportive holds. It's impossible for me. Can't bring myself to do it. Maybe I miss a move, that's fine, but I'm not gonna not follow my rules. Oh yeah, definitely. If you're right, they're juicy, right? If you're wrong, it feels bad when you're like in the sector, but then the one name that you played didn't move. That's always rough. Happened to me before. NQ offer pushing below our 80. Russell doing its oscillation back down to its lows. I think the smart move here is to wait to see our reaction into this Russell low. We should get a bit of a relief, and then as this relief is playing on RTY, you look for the reoffer on NQ from our 80. So just be patient here. See if that'll play. Watch for Russell into this low. Look for a bit of relief on NQ, and then look for the reoffer on any weakness on NQ on RTY after that little bounce. Again, if it doesn't happen, it wasn't meant to be. It's fine. But this is what I will be watching. Most Russell liquidity is sitting down at 20. I'd like to see a bit more from RTY just to let us know, but if it is going to just do this rotation here and that was the only bid that we get, then we're going to have to wait for this move down to 18 and NQ into 75s. Offers really attempting to lower into 10 to 20 here on NQ. I basically just want to see a retest into here and a lower high, and then this rotation down, or a very clear look back up in, and then rotation through. If we can get this lower high, and we can actually see that happen into our ETH low, then we should be able to continue downward with Russell following. Again, if I don't see these retests, I'm not playing the move. I'm not shorting in the middle of an area that I care about. It's just not worth. It's just really not worth. Well, like, say I short here, and yeah, it plays down, but like it also plays up, and I'm not willing to have a 50 points of risk into my zone, or 40 points of risk here. It's just not worth. Like, I could be wrong in the middle of the area, and then we rotate down, and then like it's just no, thank you. Like, we either trade into my level and I see what I want to see, or I don't play it. I'm not getting caught. These moves are way too large. Don't be an idiot.
Fedsbar says AI is overhyped in the short term, but useful in the long term.
There's a huge fight going on outside. Someone is screaming. Jesus. No, like 30 floors down on the street. Yeah, they're like death screaming. It's funny, Singe. This is Russell pushing into target here. Watching our interaction into our PVC value low. I could see a bit of relief step in here on Russell. NQ into our lower edge. Just got to keep an eye on it. Not seeing enough buying activity here into the lows as of yet on NQ. We know that there's a buyer at 50s. We need to see if this offer into 90 to 800 is going to maintain, though, for a lower high on NQ. Testing into it now.
Hello, sellers.
I think it's more so hello, everyone not trading.
Hello, Friday enjoyers.
Hello, Friday watchers.
Yeah. You know it's good when ES is moving like NQ.
Yeah. A bit wild.
You know it's good. I have to do so much chart updating this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's worth.
Well, that's like, cause like I have all of this still like charted from the spring, like last spring,
Mm-hmm.
but this is so like low vol on this like death like plunge that I don't know if any of the structure even like matters until we like build. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's like
that's why I haven't done anything. It's just like, oh,
yeah.
another 5% drop overnight. Huge.
Yeah.
Sick.
Like I don't know if you saw the post I just made, but like this August edge is holding, but like maybe not. Who cares? It's just coincidence. Like, hey, it went into the box.
Mm-hmm.
Box. Crazy.
800 to 790 offer did hold, just pushed down to our lows. That was the only participant that I saw. So this is a great first risk off. We now want to just carry runners, break even, see if we can get a continuation here if you are playing off of that. Russell back down to our lows. There is not a lot of information, but when there is, it is somewhat useful as of yet when we actually see a participant on board. I'd like to see absorption into 80 to 90 now, just a little bit lower if this is going to continue to maintain lower highs. Russell, again, is still holding our lower edge at PVC low and our value low on the day. I would like to see that breach just like we did with this last rotation on the hold of 25s for the rotation down. If this doesn't happen, then we're just going to maintain here until we trap someone off sides again. The reason why that 90 to 800 was playable is because we can see them getting absorbed and then the offer stepping down into that area. If that flips at any point, I don't have a ton of levels to play off of above. I'd just be looking for a rotation back into our ETH low at 20, 25 area on NQ. PVZ is trying to call a reversal here with this bid at 50s with the stop at the low. I am unsure. $30 till new 15s. This is what our indicator is showing. Again, I am doubting it, but this is what it shows. Oops, did not mean to move that. That's first target, and then this would be a second target. It wants a rotation back up to here. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't seen anything yet to prove that this is gonna hold. It's just a retest into this POC here at that 80 level that I was talking about with sell side stepping down. We can start to build back above that POC of our seller from last candle. Maybe there's something here. But I just wanted to point out the visual with that. For me, like what I see when we're in these situations is we're holding POC of previous candle. We need to show interest above that 80, which is why it's a super easy level to look for that lower high to be put in. And now it's just a matter of what do we do here? Right? Because like this is just a very clear reoffer when we step down and then we come back in and then we look to see if lows are taken and then offer is able to move. If it can't move, right, then okay, there's something here. Yeah, so like that was just invalidated on this look below. Again, not a huge fan of this as of yet.
It is still like buy side or bid side activity here on ES, but every time it shows, it's just getting ran through. Is Helldiver still alive, kids? I wish there was more substance to that game.
I'll be right back.
So just a reminder, at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Waller is due to speak. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A. So speaking on payments at a New York Fed conference.
I wish I had the energy to play PoE. The first one was fun, but god, such a grind.
Good time to start. Actually, in retrospect, way better than first batch.
No, I mean, like, I'm not playing PoE. I played the first one. I'm not playing the second. Oh, can't be bothered. Way too grindy. I'm so over games like that. Just like grind forever and then your character's patched out, or grind forever and then the season ends and then it's over. It's like it feels like such a waste.
Or your degree.
Nah, it's really not that complicated. Plus, like, you need to realize that 90% of people are just waiting for the nerd to post their Excel sheet, and then they're just following that build. So, like, you're not even really playing the game.
Netanyahu's mulling a DC tip during Passover.
I'd be very interested if this bid could maintain 80. As we push back down, flag here on NQ, hold structural break, get back over this buyer. Really keeping an eye on Russell at our top of balance here. I need to see interest above. We're watching to see if NQ can find this bid here. I enjoyed PoE 2, but it started to feel like a must-buy items from other players to progress game. I don't know. I mean, like, the game's great. The devs are great. It's just like, how much time are you willing to spend? Don't. It's right in the studio's name, Grinding Gears Games, right? Like, it's a grind. I think that's why I have such a strong attachment to V Rising, because it has like all of the elements that I really enjoy about those kind of games, with like boss fights and mechanics, but it's linear and it's progression, and there's a start and end point to it, and it still feels like a complete game, but with a end date attached to it. It feels way more structured for me.
To, like, get stuff too.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, there's no like.
Yeah, it cares about your time.
Really, yeah.
Which is great. like it has the elements that you like in roguelike games of like the grind and the progression, beating bosses and the mechanics, but it's again, it cares about your time, which is super respectful. Big test here in RTY. See if we can get back into this balance or if this holds. Just like on NQ on that 80 where we flagged, we're watching for a similar move on Russell if it can do it. We would love to see a bid be able to step in and do something like this for a rotation back up to VWAP. If this fails here, then it's just going to be rotations back down to our low at 18.5. So really keeping an eye on this bid to see if it can do the similar move that we just saw on NQ. Russell doing the thing. Eldar 25, rotating up. Again, targeted would be VWAP. Your first target is 32. Again, your big target, though, is this push up into VWAP for the oscillation. Let's see if we can hold. We've got this node edge that we've got to hit our heads on here into like 31.732. But if we can get over that and hold this edge, then there's more upside. If this fails here and then rotates back down below 25s, then the move's probably over with. And then we are looking for new lows on across the board. So super important to see if bids will acknowledge this higher low and we can bid back, or if this is going to be a 3-bar down on the 15 when this is just an inside candle. We have 30 seconds till new 15s. We are holding below 80s into this low. So below POC of last candle. RTY leading down with NQ. I'm going to watch for a little volatility into new 15s, 20 seconds. See if we can get a reoffer.
Contract step in there on ES 82. Crazy the size that just is flashing and like not matters here on ES. That's another 1,000 taken. Yeah.
Full rotation on Russell, a failure.
Barr says AI has some blind spots as humans on what might go wrong. And it has limits as humans because data looks backwards.
And so does the Fed,
That
bud.
concludes Barr's speech at San Francisco Fed. As a reminder, we're also expected to hear from Fed's Waller. Remember, no text is expected, but a Q&A is, and he's speaking on payments.
Yes. There was it moved like this Thanksgiving 3 years ago, maybe?
So again, Barr saying AI has the same limits as humans because data looks backward.
It's like something went on like 2021 Thanksgiving. Just boomer zoomer talk.
Did you not hear me when I said, so does the Fed? All they do is look at outdated data. The same thing. But AI should have much better predictive data based off of that, forward looking, compared to humans.
Like no computer smarter than my brain.
I can feel it in my balls.
I can tell.
RTY retesting our lows. If I want to see a 50 offer. I don't know if they're gonna. That may have been enough. I hate these retests. They're so quick. And then it's like this grind down. It's like you either like nail it or the move feels awful. There's really no in between. I'm not sure if it can do futures. I've never tried. I would have.
1,000 contracts taken on the bid there at ES at 67.
This is retesting our seller here on NQ into 50. See if they can hold it, or if this flips back for a rotation to 80. Russell's still maintaining our low.
Yeah, our chucking size on ES, it's crazy. It's like 5 contracts and then just like 1,200.
Just a reminder, about 10 minutes time, we get the last release of the day. Baker Hughes oil rig count prior 484, total rig count prior 592.
People doing business from. It's too thin outside.
I'm out to here into our 20 from 50 on NQ. 50 is the only clear participant I see. I see sellers trying to step down to 30s now. We'll see if that can hold on retest for a breach, but just playing the range right now. Full rotation back. Watching to see if bid can step in here. We need to flip this. Retest of our 50. If they fail here to bid, then it's probably just traps into 80 again. Watching to see if sellers step in to bring this back down, or if bid will hold this pivot. Russell and ES holding higher lows as this is taking place. Bottom left, both bottom charts are NQ. This is ES. This is Russell. Back to 80 here off of our hold of our 40 to 50. Russell and ES still maintaining higher lows, watching how we interact. We need to see loss of momentum for any selling pressure across the board. So just end back into these pivots. 80 offers still there though on NQ. If we can flip it, then there might be more. I'd like to see us back over 800 for security. Or this is just gonna rotate. I think Russell's our leading signal.
Minute and a half sure till turn of hour.
So surely expecting the Baker Hughes data. Tesla extends losses down, last down 9.5%.
Another full rotation down, watching our offer
Oil
now into 40 to 50.
at 480.
We get below 26, I think
and the total
continuation potential is there.
590, 590.
Watching Russell and Torlo again.
Fed's Waller says that he prefers private sector to work out payment systems.
RTY bid holding lows. I think we take out highs here. Range highs taken off of failure. Rotation back through balance. Trading into POC of previous candle here at 810 with Russell holding our lows as our indicator. Sellers getting absorbed again into 26. Watching our reaction up at our highs. If we can bid, should be able to do one more leg up. Just keeping an eye on it. RTY again in main focus here. This is our big pivot.
Fed's Waller says the Fed can engage when private sector struggles with payment systems. White House's CEA chair Moran says March jobs show closing border might not hurt payrolls. Moran says, of course, some market volatility is due to tariffs.
I love that.
Baker Hughes says US drillers cut oil and gas rigs for the second week in a row.
White House's Moran says imports are only 14% of GDP.
Russell full rotation here. Failure at 800, offer stepping back down into 80s. Again, I lose a lot of interest on the buy side as soon as we start to show any sort of sell side pressure under 26. It's kind of my limit here.
Moran says, note that tax cuts, deregulation are also in train.
Watching Russell into lows again.
Moran says zero evidence from 2018 that tariffs were inflationary. Waller says, I'm a big personal advocate for stable coins.
Big stablecoin enjoyer.
Fed's Wallet says financial system doesn't need a large universe of stable coins.
Waller says stable coins can bring competition, speed into system.
Like 1,000 contracts there in ES65. Just uber thin everywhere else.
Moran says we would need there would need to be huge changes to get a recession. So again, there would need to be huge changes to get to a recession. Also, UK PM Summer holds call with PMs of Australia and Italy on US tariffs.
Russell rotation from our lows again. NQ holding this 26. See if they can actually drop this thing. We need sell pressure here. They are tempting. A lot of liquidity at 700 flat taken.
UK's PM Starmer says we will continue preparatory work rather than rush. So remember, a Downing Street spokesperson said Starmer holds discussion with Australia's PM and Italy's PM on approach to US tariffs.
Yeah, we gotta wait and see what they do here. I've got 5 contracts left, 76 average from the lower high. I'm thinking I'm just gonna leave it break even. But if we get back into this 2640, then we just go up. Like, these guys either need to seriously maintain with Russell breaching down for this next leg, or we're just going to trap here again on any look back over. Then it's just a full rotation. I want to try to leave a runner, but it's rough. This breakdown was good in the follow through, the lower highs.
Wallace says biggest friction now is cross-border payments.
Huge friction. Another massive 1,000 contracts at 55. I guess it's not even massive. Like, that's just our big orders saying, yes. What, 55?
Moran says Trump is laying the groundwork for economic boom and markets will see it.
On days like today, I'm buying in 5 lots. I'm trading them in Q though. So 5 lots, 5 lots. If I'm feeling very confident in a level, I'll do 10 with a max size of 30 for MNQ. But usually it's 20 contracts, 5 lots. If I'm trading MNQ on a volatile day like today. And then when I risk off, I'll risk off in 5s, and then I'll move it, once I'm down to 5 contracts, I'll move it to 1. But that might not work for you. Like, I don't know what the size of your account is. I don't know anything about you, right? So it shouldn't be about how I do it. It should be about what's comfortable for you and what your risk tolerance is. 5 lots might be your max, right? So then you should be doing it in 1. You should take your overall account size and then break it down by what does that look like and what kind of drawdown am I willing to take and how many trades is it going to take for me to be how many times can I be maximally wrong in a row before I blow up my account, right? Like, that's how your trading should be based off of, is like, I want to trade 2NQ, right? But what does that look like if I'm wrong 6 times in a row with my max stop size that I
adopting a fully digital dollar, and I see
work backwards?
Need.
Can I actually trade 2NQ? Can I actually trade 1NQ with what I want to put risk on for? Right? Like, does it make sense for me to be trading this instrument? Do I have the amount of liquidity needed to be wrong multiple times in a row and not affect my account? in a way that makes it so that I can no longer trade. Because if that's the answer, if you're like, oh, no, I can't actually do this, and if I'm wrong 3 times in a row, I blow up from my max stop size, like, you shouldn't be trading that thing. Right? So work backwards from the max amount you're willing to lose per trade.
Dollar has fallen by the wayside.
And then figure out what you should actually be, what instrument you should be trading and the size and the leverage. Right, like I would say that if you're trading 5 MNQ, your max stop should be like $300. That's like max. Like I tried to keep your losses on 5 MNQ to like 150 to 200 at most for most of your trades. Because 150 to 200, you can make that back very easily trading 5 MNQ on the right side of trend, and that prevents you from taking too big of a cut. Where, you know, like, because like if you're wrong in that drawdown, there's a very high chance that that's going to go to like negative $1,000 very quickly. But if you can keep it around there, that gives you enough ammo to kind of keep playing. I think that's sort of like a good rule of thumb, is like, you need to leave room, right? And you need to have ammo for your next trade. And if you don't allow those cuts to happen and allow yourself to be wrong in a controlled manner, right, you're preventing yourself from actually being ready for that next trade. You're just bleeding out for no reason. I think it's much better to look at it like that than trying to like have some arbitrary system. Like the way that you trade and set yourself up should be always based off of like, how am I going to manage my risk on my worst day, not my best day.
See what stocks.
Yeah, it's exactly like poker. Exactly.
And Italian Prime Minister's hold discussion on approach to US tariffs. S&P 500 currently down about 5.4%. Nasdaq down about 5.5%.
It is literally
now down about 4.8%.
Poker. In the sense of how you determine your risk to reward, how you manage your trades, right? How you would manage your positions. And it's the same reason why, like, in poker, a good way to think about it again is just like, are you betting the same amount on every trade you take in poker? No, right? Like, you have different cards at different times, and you have different probabilities, and you're betting accordingly. So why are you trying to use the same size on every trade you take with the same amount of risk on every trade you take? Doesn't make sense. Not all hands are made the same, just like not all trades are made the same. Which is why it is so important to journal or have setups predefined already and have different kind of like risk levels that you're willing to trade or put on the table for that, right? So if you have like a few setups that you really like, you should be able to judge them almost immediately and be like, this is the setup I like based off of what's happening, but not all of my variables are clicking. Maybe it's a C on my setup, when it's usually something that I look for only when it's like B plus or A plus higher. That, you know, like, determine, just because like a price action looks similar doesn't mean that it's going to play out. And so your risk should also be what's a good word for this? Your risk should be dynamic as well, based off of the ranking that you give your setup, right? And you should then have different levels of risk and reward that you're willing to then play with, right? Like different size. If it's an A+ setup, you can put up more size and you can have a little bit larger risk. But if it's like, I just want to take a trade and it looks mechanical, I see what's happening, but the risk to reward is, you know, it's half of what I'm usually expecting, right? You have a decision to be made, which is, is it even worth taking? That's the first question you ask. And if it is, should I be playing it with the same size as when I'm really happy about this, when it's 8+? No, right? Like you want to use like half size. Like the setup's there, but I'm not really feeling it. It's like you have two options. Either don't take it or try with like half size. Again, like these are just things like you can easily do to really fix some of the things that are broken in your current system. Because what it does is it doesn't change anything in the trade setups that you're taking, but it is making your losers much smaller. And as soon as you make your losers much smaller, that allows your winners to actually like come to fruition, right? You have some good trades, but then you take shitty, like 5 shitty trades, and then your winners, all of the profits are just gone because you've taken, 5 paper cuts in a row and bludgeoned your account. So if we can prevent you from over leveraging on losers or just not even taking those losing trades in the first place by defining your system and becoming very mechanical about it, you alleviate a lot of that bleeding, which allows your runners to just do their thing. And this is way more of an answer than you wanted, but
so overall US government bond ETFs rise as Treasury.
It has to be said.
So iShares 20+ year Treasury bond ETF up 2.3%, on pace for the best day since November. And iShares 7 to 10 year Treasury bond ETF up 0.9%. Vanguard intermediate term Treasury ETF up about 0.6%, both at the highest since October.
People always ask me like, what's my risk? Like, what's my reward? What am I looking for? It's like it's so dependent on who you are. Like again, if you are in an account, and it's the same thing for options as well, or anything that you're trading. Like if you don't understand how many trades it's going to take you to blow up your account, if you haven't done that math yet of like the actual leverage that you're trading and the max amount of trades you can take in a wrong and be wrong, and you don't know that information, like you are already kind of setting yourself up for failure because you have no understanding of, no concept of like your account's actual balance and the amount of risk that you can put on in a certain day. Like how wrong can I be on a day? If as soon as you figure that out and you have an understanding, you're going to trade much better around your risk parameters. Like you'll know when it's like, oh, I need to take a break. Like if you're down $1,000 on a day and you only have 2K drawdown that you can in total that you can take, like you got to stop trading. It's not a day where you can keep going and just trying to reverse it. Like you need to already have stopped, $500 ago. You shouldn't be blowing out half of your available drawdown in a day. You have to know your limits, and if you know that, like it's like, oh, okay, I can lose a max of $350 a day. If you after you do the math, that's much better and much more manageable for you to actually come back from than losing half of your available drawdown on an eval. Like understand, set yourself up for success. You're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days, but it's gonna be much easier to come back from a $350 down day than a $1,200 or a $1,000 down day. When the next day when you're trying to now come back in a completely wrong mentality of like, I need to recover, right? Like that's how you ruin yourself. It's like, I had a terrible day yesterday and now I need to make it back. And now you're emotionally trading and you're over leveraging because you're trying to chase your losing day. That's why setting limits is so goddamn important. It's a calculation, yeah. But there are a lot of people who aren't doing even the most basic of those calculations. So how can you determine your risk to reward when you don't even know the risk to reward on your overall account? You don't know what you should be properly betting. You don't know what you can properly lose before, you know, it's over. Mm-hmm. There's a pretty solid chance I get stopped out of my last 2 contracts here on a full rotation back up. Just watching to see what Russell does. Testing our edge on NQ now, our 2640. If this 26 buyer's back, then there's a pretty high chance we rotate back. If this holds, no change. But this 26 buyer looks to be back so far. I'm still, again, I'm just holding my runner. I'm going to try to do anything else. I'm fine getting stopped out if it happens. That is what it is. Yeah, like this is how I handled this situation based off of what I have drawn on screen. It's just what we talk about on a daily basis in the stream, which is look for someone to be offsides, a failure at our highs, play the look back in, play the lower high, right? So playing off our 80. Once we see that offer and the rejection at 800 and the look back into our balance, I'm now looking for this to be our resistance. I'm looking for that lower high to be put in. First target's going to be in our bottom of balance. We then look for that lower highs and continuation down. I probably should have added here on this push through, but it's just been so volatile that I didn't want to. I was rather just leave runners with a good average at our highs. And then it's just playing it down. Right. Once we saw that breach of our 26, we got that loss of momentum and that full failure. But just playing off of this guy who's now offsides in our highs, the look back into our balance and then playing our balance edge. Because this allows me all of a sudden to now have, what, a very tight risk for a reward that looks like this, right? Once we have a zone and a balance trade.
Zelensky says proposed changes to its mineral deal will be ready next week and structure for peacekeepers to be ready within a month. Adding there is no sense for Ukraine to have direct discussions with Russia unless it adheres to unconditional ceasefire.
Just like here, right? Where you can play off of the look in and the failure. What are we looking for here? We're looking for the lower high so that we can play off of this. This is the stuff that I like to see. And then it's just playing it back down to our halfway back. And then that's your trade, right? Now you have a defined area of risk. And what is it based off of? Well, you have your node here. We know that if we push over this, we're going to be looking for that supportive bid and rotation through. So I don't want to be in a short if we're testing into this high. I'm going to be looking for sellers here, but as soon as we start to step over, I'm not wanting to be in the short because the punishment is way, the area where I can be punished is now here. Whereas here, if I'm shorting this edge, my punishment is just to this top defined line. And my risk is much better to the downside. If I'm shorting this top edge, I have to risk off into this lower edge first. It's a much smaller area because we know that the bid is resting at 26. So if I'm shorting 40, right, I have to take profit into 26 at least, or I can just wait for this buyer at 26 to dip, understanding that we saw our seller at 40s and we've lost the buyer at 26, right? That's the difference. I'd rather retest our previous buyer as resistance because now we're below them. I don't have to deal with them. You see like that shift in mentality of what I'm talking about? It's like we see our seller here. That gives us an idea. Now we watch to see if this buyer's offsides or not. If they are, then we can play off of them, knowing that this seller is above. And that knowing that this bid is below, but we're below the bid, right? So now we're watching for our offer to step in for that to be defended. And it's the same thing here. Like a buyer attempted, they failed. We know a seller's above. So we know our seller's still here. Check, right? In our checklist of our trade setup. We know that this bid is offsides on the pushback below. We're now watching to see if the offer that was here is going to step down to defend the lower high. Once we see that, we now have a defined area of risk that I'm willing to play off of because we know that there's a known seller above. We know that this buyer is offsides. I now want to see that person push down, giving me a rotation back down to where that our previous buyer was at the low of our balance. Right? That gives you an area of risk. I like the defined edge. Look for initial reaction, look for the pullback, then look for the reoffer. Same thing on the low, right? Like look for initial reaction, we have a buyer, we look for that seller to be gone, we then look to play off of this for bid. We can do that, then we go up. Define your areas of entry. Have a catalyst below or above, play off of the retest. Play this with the secondary. And like for targets, these are always going to be good targets. Like POC of previous candle, right? Stuff like this, or halfway back. For Russell, right? We're back into this oscillation, so just watching for these rotations again. I will be right back. Let me turn charts on autofocus.
Trump posting on Truth Social saying my administration has been working very hard on a deal to save TikTok. It's adding, and we have made tremendous progress. The deal requires more work to ensure all necessary approvals are signed, which is why I'm signing an executive order to keep TikTok up and running for an additional 75 days. We hope to continue working in good faith with China, who I understand are not very happy about our reciprocal tariffs necessary for fair and balanced trade between China and the USA. This proves that tariffs are the most powerful economic tool and very important to our national security. We do not want TikTok to go dark. We look forward to working with TikTok and China to close the deal. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Really watching ESNQ here as Russell's like pushing top of these 15-minute wicks and top of kind of our established range. Maybe like ESNQ pushing into the middle. See if we can get 4 rotations towards value lows. Very strong Russell move comparatively here. Sorry if you guys heard dog barkings there. Did you just ask to give 8 million? What does that even mean?
According to Exame, Apple molds expanding iPhone assembly line in Brazil.
Funny. All right, with that Russell lead out, we have ESNQ both into value lows here. Pretty substantial LVNs. We've rejected multiple times during this lunchtime hour. RTY testing ORL made through LVN into upper node. RTY can build
So
here.
from this
build up
article
towards like
from
42.
Exame, Apple is considering expanding the assembly
really
of
quick.
iPhones in Brazil as a way to get around the import tariffs announced by Trump, according to a source heard by Exame. In favor of the nation are the reciprocal tariffs set at 10%.
I
So
guess
in the
this
current
last
production
hour is
chain,
felt like
which
crazy.
relies on more than half of its shipments come from China, smartphones could become up to 40% more expensive for North American consumers. India, which has gained importance in Apple's strategy in recent years and doubled its production of devices between 2024 and 2025, has also been hit. Its production will face a 26% tariff starting April 9th.
Okay, regardless. So yes, we are testing these top of the beginning of our lunchtime hours. We'll see what Russell does here. If we can support LVN, if we can get acceptance back into value. If not, just expect the sellers to be here and to re-rotate.
So just in regards to this article, it's a day old, being put out by some of the major news wires here. But we'll put out the piece for you on the feed to read through anyways. But again, it is a day old. And that article is out on the feed for you to read through.
Do you see our system playing out here, Satri? What happens on the look back in? What do we do? Rotate up to our top of balance, retest our low, bid is active, rotation up, hold our low, bid, rotation up, right? So no short until we look back in and hold, and then that's your target. You look for your bid here now, and now we're rotating up. So I wasn't here to catch this this bid at the lows, but you can see me getting stopped out into 80s here into our high. And then we can see how I look to manage this position where I then am playing with my risk here at R80, right? I'm looking for the bid to maintain. I'm stopping if it's below because I know that we're going to get a full rotation down, and then I'm looking for liquidity here. This is never going to hit, so I can cancel these orders and now play off of this bid, this rotation up. Because what have we done? We've held the top of our balance, right? Define your risk.
RTY looking through the 15-minute ORL towards that 42 VWAP area. If we can get an attempt for ESNQ through these LVNs. Still watching Russell for weakness back through. Like I said, if we see that, it should just oscillate on ESNQ. It's very much decision point.
Fitch Rating says exogenous risks arising for US corporate. So they're saying Fitch Rating says exogenous risks rising for US corporate healthcare, and outlook remains neutral for now.
How do I determine them? I mean, we've been trading this range for a while, but it's just where I've seen serious bids and offers, and then defining our range based off of them. So I'm just keeping an eye on our footprint and our DOM and playing around that.
According to the Washington Post, the UK offered to cut tariffs on US beef and fish. So it's adding UK-US discussions on trade are ongoing and sensitive. So that's the Washington Post citing two people familiar with the US-UK discussions. We'll get the article out for you soon. And the article is out on the feed. According to ABC News, Walmart malls joining investors group to buy TikTok.
Walmart's back at it again for TikTok. Hell yeah. Actually, the old
So,
Trump news cycle.
when I was like scrolling through Twitter, people were like, when Amazon put their bid in, they instantly did. It's just like a war of the billionaires. Who gets TikTok?
What's great is like they don't even want to sell. So it's just like American circle jerk of companies being like, oh yeah, I'll buy it. And they're just like, I don't know.
Imagine the Walmart ads on TikTok.
Terrible.
Flex is gonna be a gazillion. Flex might be able to put in a bid for TikTok with his Walmart options. To be honest here. Is that well, you know what? I'm not surprised Flex had Walmart news. Tick Mart, Jesus. Wall Talker Tick Mart.
They'd be stupid to change the name. They're just gonna make the TikTok shop link to Walmart products. That's all they'll do. If anyone changes the name, they're like, what's the point?
Like rename it to Vine or something.
Well, X owns Vine.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
What's Elon doing? Why do we not have a Vine resurgence? Hello? Or wait, yeah, like Twitter X?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's what the real outrage should be, is that Vine's not back. What is this guy doing? BID? Do you have bid?
What crash?
Some economic advisor Moran, speaking on Fox News, says adjustment shocks are
But he
going to be
copped,
volatile.
got 50 points, and the 2,000 point drop is irrelevant. My man.
This is RTY into that 42.44. This is VWAP. Depending if you're off the open or off Globex, but this is the pocket. Looking through LVNs here.
You can probably just play at a Russell value, to be honest.
Yeah, see it. Well,
210 ES.
Any kind of NQ. Yeah.
We'll see. This is all supply in NQ. It's gross. I'm thinking we probably go to 900 though if we get this next leg up on NQ with RTY pushing into value and ES pushing into POC. But we'll see. I'd like to see a bid at our ETH high, our ETH low if we're gonna hold on NQ. We've got liquidity below into like 12 to 20. That's as far down as you want to see it go.
And that concludes Moran's Fox News interview.
Aura farming is. I woke up today with such a bad rash on my palm of my hand. So weird.
What is going on with you?
I don't know. Feels like I have like 1,000 little cuts on the palm of my hand. This is where you need to look for a potential lower high here if we can't get back over. Watching our edge on NQ, seller at 26. We need to see a very clear bid and push, or we expect a lower high here. With Russell also showing that resistance into our POC at 44.8. See if bid can do it or not. I have not, Flex. I have not done that. My supplier's been out recently. I don't know what to do. passively. Hmm.
Say this guy last week was saying he crowdsourced dungeon keys from us and then wouldn't accept them.
Who, Varg?
Yeah.
Varg's cycle is shit on game when not playing, and then obsess over game when playing. That's the cycle.
Ooh.
There's no in between.
He gets so angry when people are having fun.
It's like he's convincing himself with every shit like shit post he puts out.
EU Sefcovic says that he had a 2-hour exchange with Lutnick and Greer.
Did you shake your 8-ball, Salt?
Sefcovic says the US and EU trade relationship needs a fresh approach. And that they had frank discussions over Trump tariffs.
What?
What does that mean? Well, nothing in that image makes sense to me.
Sefcovic on US tariffs that EU is committed to meaningful negotiations, but we're also prepared to defend our interests. That's Sefcovic commenting on Lutnick-Greer exchange in a post on X.
You don't get a directional decision until Russell finds either this low with this VWAP hold and break of downtrend pushing back over our 41.7, 44.8, or a continuation down with everything just holding, right? Like we need to see a very clear Russell movement here for NQ to get a decision candle. We're holding our 80, which is good. It's exactly what you want to see, but we now need to see a breach and push back over 50s for anything more. We know offer sitting at 50 on NQ. So that should, of course, be your first risk off. Secondary risk off into 70s. If we are able to push over 50. Just keep an eye on Russell. That VWAP hold was very solid. Now rotating back into our edge here. See if offer is sitting at this 41.7 on RTY. As we push into 50 on NQ. That is a sentence that has never been typed before. Congratulations.
And E-Trade Commissioner Sefcovic saying that he will stay in touch with the US on this issue. So again, just his post on X.
$50 till new 15s. There's a decent amount of resting liquidity in the 50 still. Ooh. $50 bid, rotation up. NQ into, or sorry, Russell into our value edge here. Watch to see if this is going to hold. This is our 30-second opening range low here at 850 on RTY. Lots of liquidity resting there. VWAP 930 next target here on on NQ. If we can hold this, we'd love to see 80s now hold supportive. Understand this is Russell 30-second opening range low. So again, like we got to show very clear interest if we're going to go up anymore, or this is going to be our hard rejection. Yes, at our 10. Don't know if there's a ton more here in the short term. We'll have to see. This is our VWAP and our POC here. Just keep an eye on our higher lows. My dog is freaking out. I think I might need to go take her out.
That last push there cleared the sell time balances on ES and Q, these lower areas.
We took that liquidity into 80, pushing highs. Yes, still holding 10s. If Russell can get over the edge, yeah, 930 is likely. But if we continue to hold here, it's gonna be rough. This buyer is trying here at 90, 95. It's just such a hard area to try to long for a new entry with Russell where it is. You'd either want to see like a much better pullback or a very clear look back in and then retest. Right, like I'd want to see a push back down into this and then we can try again. Or I'd want to see us push into our day open and then show interest like this. Trading here just feels like a 50-50. Actually, really like a 70-30 for downside. Short term. Until Russell finds that bid.
Really trying to watch this LVN interaction here in ES and Q. If Russell can just like balance here a daily open and you can hold back in this structure, we might have potential for decent rotations. Yeah, like the thing though, Rory, is that POC rejection and structural rejection on ES there was also glowback slow, so or NQ is trading like in it, you know. We would want ES in, if not, like it's probably all this gets ran over.
Yeah, you just gotta wait for Russell to find the low.
US 2 to 5 year yields rise after a raising drop to year's lows. Turkey raises natural gas prices by 20% for industrial sector.
Yeah, that's good for Shishkov. Now watch your edge here.
RTY underneath the 42-44 zone.
Expect a bit of a bounce here and then look for a retest into like 26 for the secondary move.
I don't think there's any viable short here between 80 and 800. It's just we are looking for a bid and then a lower high. If we push below it, then you can maybe look for something. But again, like this is POC of previous candle and our value low. So you don't want to touch anything here. You want to be just risking off shorts. Again, this is what I'm watching on footprint, this area here, right? So with that in mind, we understand that a bid should be here. And then we look for an offer to be above for another continuation leg down with the potential for more downside if we make this buyer offsides and then rotate, right? But you don't want to take anything here until we see this very clear shift of value from this buyer to a seller for a secondary leg. Let's see if Russell will lead this. If we can maintain this edge, then potential for one more leg down into VWAP on RTY there. Just keeping an eye on these lower highs. If we don't see a Russell show more weakness than this, unless you're already in a short, I would not short NQ. Or yeah. With Russell holding. Yeah, because you've got divergence on Russell and NQ is just slow grinding down. So as soon as like we either see weakness on Russell, you'll get a much better move on NQ, or we're gonna see a very clear reversal and bid once that slow grind down stops with Russell popping. So like the risk reward just doesn't feel great because we know that a bid could be here. We've seen them be here on our last candle, right? This is where they were absorbed last, if you look on footprint. So when we actually see weakness step in, you're going to have a much better, a much more confirmed move on NQ. At least that's how I look at it. It's just like, does it make sense? Sure, if you want to have like a 20-point stop here, then the short makes sense. For a play down for 40 points, 50 points. But if you're unwilling to do that and RTY is able to pop here, then you're going to be offsides very quickly. 15 seconds, 2015s. Keep deleting the wrong thing. This is a nice secondary risk off here on NQ if you are still in positions. Watch for Russell to retest our low and then look for that to re-offer into our edge or the actual break. Ooh, I'm lagging.
Full value load test here, ESNQ. Really watching Russell still. It is maintaining auction.
I'm out half here on NQ off of Russell rejection. Watch to see how we interact into VWAP.
according to Ortex Technologies, short sellers targeting US companies with a market cap greater than $1 billion are up $54.9 billion for the week through Thursday. Short sellers' gains for the year throughout Thursday are at $118.5 billion. Besant speaking on concern, saying, I worry tax bill gets bogged down somehow. So speaking on Tucker Carlson podcast.
This is RTY VWAP, risking off a bit more here. See if we can breach. So again, for me, Rory, I see two possible trades, right? You either short this with a 20 points of risk for this rotation down, or you just wait for Russell to lose its edge and you play the reoffer from our look above and then the push down into VWAP. As soon as we have that weakness, for me, that's a go for a scalp because we already have the weakness on NQ. So if you're unwilling to trade this, then you have to wait for the weakness that's here for this move. God, I can't. There we go. Please. There we go. And that's this catalyst here is we already have the NQ seller in place. We see them above, but the Russell move is what I'm playing off of for that. Yeah, I mean, so like I played the secondary, right? Because I didn't want to put the 20 points of risk on there with Russell still holding. So I just waited for RTY to show weakness and then played that offer that was lower into our lower edge and then played with that. And then just had a hard stop at 45. Again, I want to be playing with follow through. And if like RTY loses its edge and NQ's already weak and ES is already weak, it's like, okay, like, yeah, we know where we can go down, but I missed the top into 210. That was target for longs, right? So now I've got to wait for a secondary move to happen. And as soon as Russell loses strength, then we'll have follow through across the board and that should lead to a much better move. Like the grind down is there, so it's great if you're already in a position. But for entry, it's going to be a really emotional trade because you're just like chopping, and the slow grind down.
Besson says that we're setting the sails for a much better fiscal time.
But like your 650 short was great, and nothing invalidated about it. I just wasn't in, so I had to wait.
There is the recorded video.
This is where our bid was
We'll put
last
out
at
for you.
70s. We'll see if we hold or if we flip it.
And that has been posted out on the feed for you guys to watch.
So our 70 test. Why did I put my stop at 45 there? Just I was playing off of this void. So it would invalidate for me if we showed any interest over this void on our footprint.
Besson says Fed monetary policy shouldn't involve DEI or climate.
So if we like showed any interest on a bounce here, and because I'm playing off of an edge, right? So it's hard risk wise because I want to be in at 40s for the short if I was going to, but now I'm just playing with a Russell as my catalyst to enter this for. So I'm playing with the seller that's here, and I'm looking for continuation down. But we know that there's this liquidity void on NQ from 41 into 51. And I would have wanted just to see a very strong reaction off of there. And I didn't want to. I'm fine re-entering if we get the setup again. It's just my risk. That's all it is. Seller's either going to continue to sit here or they're not. Anything over 41, I wouldn't have been interested. So I just gave myself a little wiggle room if we flirted with that area. That's all. But again, like the trade is based off of Russell, not NQ. We already have weakness on NQ, so now it's just playing with the Russell continuation. The stop is irrelevant. The trade is there because I'm looking for weakness. The stop is just my invalidation of the amount of money I'm willing to lose on the trade. I really don't know if there's anything more here. This 50 to 70 area is just where sell side got absorbed last on NQ.
Essentially
Yeah.
lows on ES. It's so tough when it's so illiquid to like, it's just like getting shoved around.
$37, $67.
Authority says Panama Canal opens bidding process for new pipeline to transport energy products.
I feel like if we can't get below this 47.67 here, we're gonna have to retest the offer into like 700, 715. Just waiting. Russell starting to show interest below VWAP, which is good, but I'd like to see a bit more pressure to downside to a move back into our ADR. So this is a good rejection on Russell so far. We're looking below. This is good. And we're seeing sell side trying to accelerate below this previous absorption. See if we can do it, hold or not. Our low is 1975. If we take out this low and show interest down, I'm targeting like 550 on NQ. Let's see. I would need to see like a very clear rejection here on our zone. This is also Russell into our pivot where we shifted. So this is either going to be our bounce point now that we've filled LVN and we're gonna have to rotate like this, or I'm gonna be looking for this to go resistant and then play back down to our value low. I just really don't know yet. All we know in this area on NQ is that this is where they ate up orders last and then sellers went off sides here. So if this can shift, right, where we hold our low and then offer is willing to sit here, I'd be looking for something like that. But if they just do what they did last reaction, right, which is eat orders and then retest this area as supportive on a look back,
and diesel May futures settle at around
not a lot here.
$2.08 a gallon.
So need to see some clarity.
NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $3.83. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $61.99 a barrel. Besson says we have a strong dollar policy. Also seeing SIBO market volatility index hits the highest intraday level since August 5th, 2024, last at about 42.65. And Besson added that we're making sure the dollar is strong over the long run.
There's a buyer trying at 50. I don't know if they're going to maintain though, but they definitely are trying. Again, this is just what we talked about. I should have kept the drawing on. This is where sell side got stuffed last. So if bid is now willing to get stuffed here instead of sell, or well, we can take out our lows and then continue down. But at any point, we see this go supportive and this bid holds at our 50, and then we see them stack and set up here at our top edge for continuation. Like it's upside, not downside. So I'm just keeping an eye on our pivot here on NQ. Can we take out our low from this? And is Russell still maintaining below VWAP? Can we push below our ADR? Or is this just going to be balanced in between these before we continue higher?
Dow Jones down 5%.
Low taken on NQ. Russell into our lower edge. Buyer is now offsides 50s. A lot of being taken in here at 600 on NQ. So dumb.
ByteDance confirms discussions with US government about TikTok. So they issue a statement on the website. Pact has not been executed. There are key matters to be resolved.
Again, we don't have structure on NQ, right? We only have structure on Russell, so play around Russell structure.
Also, pact will be subject to approval under Chinese law.
What we have on NQ is two areas of interest. We know that there's absorption taking place into 600 to 608, and we know that there's an offside buyer into 650, right? So those are your two levels that you can play around on NQ while we play around Russell's defined structure. So we know that, again, there's someone taking in sides here at 50s. This is where we just traded into. We know a seller's sitting there, and we know a bid is attempting here. So we look to see from this reaction, do these guys then go off sides? Can Russell breach this range, or is it balance? Because if it's balance, like this is just going to be choppy, and we have to just continue to respect this edge here at 50s. That's the only defined area that we have on NQ in this last rotation. So what happens now on this retest if buyers get absorbed and sell side aggressively rotates it below 600 on this retest with Russell pushing down? Yeah, we go to 550, right? We go to our target. Russell into our lower edge. ES to target here at 116.75, our reversion zone. Watch our reoffer, see if they can absorb buyers on NQ. Super important if it's going to flip. I would really like to see Russell break this 25-1.
So just a heads up with Besson's comments, they were in an interview taped yesterday. Trump aide Miller, speaking on Fox News, says we have all the upside in this trade fight.
$50 seconds till new 15s. Offer trying to lower into 80. Russell breaching, pushing down to value low. I'm out 2 here. See if we get more, if that's that. New 15s now, which is why I'm closing a bit. Russell into value low. I'm not looking for any more downside until I see RTY below that, showing weakness. Yeah, whatever comes first, closing more into 550 or this value low edge on Russell. Immediate bounce 550.
Panama government says they're analyzing Trump tariffs and seeking exclusion for Panama.
Stop loss contract on the look over. Russell immediate bounce to our value low, retesting our edge, which is why we wanted to risk off there. All right, and there's your down leg. Do I feel bad for not catching the immediate move? No, I just waited for Russell, lost momentum, and we played off of our 26 and then had an amazing move to the downside, right? Do I feel bad about not catching that top structure after being able to now play this full move down? Hell no, right? Hell no. That was the wrong one. Right, like if we just play off that rejection and the loss of our balance, we already know our NQ's weak. Now I can get back in, and then we know that that offer is sitting at 80, so I lower it when Russell rejects, and we play it back down to our 550. Now we get that full rotation back up. So I've been able to average down my position and then fully exit. We've been able to capture this full move. Am I mad that I missed any of this? Nah, not really. We already played this move up, right? So, whatever. Would have been nice? Yeah, sure. But let's play things that actually make sense to us. I have some SPX level down here that's freaking out.
Boy.
I don't know. Keep getting an alert for it.
Bye.
Yeah. So this is our buyer that was offsides into 650. So rotation back up to our main seller here. See if we can flip it for rotations up to 710, 720, or if this is going to hold where we saw this absorption occur last. It is incredibly important that we see that an active bid at 600, right? We've shown that that seller is still active at 650, but what do we want to see now? We want to see them now be active again here. This is where the bid was last, where they got stuffed, right? So if bid is active here and then we can step over this 650, sure, upside makes sense, right? We want to see the higher low. We want to see the recovery of this node and a secondary buyer step in from this low. With Russell, right? We want to see a recovery of we found our low into our value. We want to now see these higher lows develop. Your risk off isn't a VWAP if this can hold. Gotta show interest over this 50 though. So your risk right now is, this is your range that you're trading. And we're looking for buyers to show interest over this. This is always going to be your first risk off into our known seller. If you bought that 610, 600, right? Our pivot. And we're looking for a secondary move over if Russell can follow with NQ. Respect Russell VWAP as resistance. And where is target? Why do I have this 708 labeled? What's the importance of this if we flip? POC of that candle, right? If Russell loses momentum into VWAP, this move is short-term scuffed. We lose a lot of momentum.
Decent movement off of it on underlines, which is kind of nice to see actually. Everything was essentially just auctioning on our last little back up.
I'll be right back.
Brent crude futures settle at $65.58 a barrel, down $4.56 or 6.5%.
You gotta wait for RTY to find a low. I do not have a lot of faith in this break.
It's gotta go.
Yeah. Or you're gonna have to seek liquidity lower first, trap, and then go. It's pretty two-sided. I would say that buyers are getting absorbed more than sellers as of right now, but it's just two-sided. Russell continuing to show weakness. Need to see this bid step in. My caffeine is running out. I'm on fumes. Yeah, like I said, like not a lot of faith in that with Russell out of VWAP and rejecting and showing no interest. Watching for this pullback, see if we can trap someone here again to 600, 610. We should be able to find a buyer here, and then we'll look for either sell side to lower the offer, right? Lower high, and then a continuation down, or a bid and push back through. That's what I'll be watching for from this area. Not interested in playing this ledge. I'm watching the retest as we push back into this higher zone. Russell still falling. New 15. Retesting our structural edge off our bounce at 600, 610. Again, this is where we either see sell side step in aggressively at our node edge here into 47 to 67, or a very clear flip and then bid. Russell holding. See what we do. Oh, just
Crude
full
futures
rotation,
at the lowest
right?
since August 2021.
This is why we can look for that lower high here into this edge. Now we need to see interest below if we're going to continue. Again, the only way that this becomes a long is with a very clear bid and take out of our highs. Russell still showing that weakness. So when you look at what we just talked about, does this trade make sense to you, Roy? Now we're getting the secondary move with that 600, 612 holding, right? We need to see if we can breach, but so far so good. I have my runner stop at 20. Just chill here. Need to see what Russell does on the halfway back retest. This is ES indoor basing again. Kind of expecting something like this to need to occur. Then we can look for more. Just watching our halfway back here. Stopped on runner. See if the bid will now hold 600, 610 again. I won't touch this until I have clarity on Russell. Now that I've been stopped. We have bid at 567. It looks like. That guy was there before. Nah, he's still the same. They may have pulled, but that is a valid level. Abu. We got to get below that, or it's just going to be where the absorption occurs over and over. That 565, 550. I have zero interest in shorts until we're under there, unless we see a pullback, or like it's the opposite of a pullback. I'll look up first, retest of our offer, and then we can rotate down. Like if you look on footprint, you can see that order that you saw being placed on limit again. Oops. Right, he's right here. Same size as before. So I need to see us below that, or I'm just going to consider that where that bid is willing to sit and rest. So even though they pulled, there's still liquidity there. We got to respect that. This rotation back up to 50 makes sense. I'm not playing it. I don't like where the Russell's sitting. So with that diverging, even though I see a trade on NQ, I'm not taking it. The way that I usually view these areas, Rory, is the same as before, where it's like we know where Russell is most likely going to go, but because I don't have like great confluence or great structure to trade off of, I don't take it. So it's just like NQ grinding back up to our previous value because there's nothing else for us to really do while we wait for RTY and ES to figure out what they want to do. It's like you can play it with limited risk, just like we did at that 650 edge. Or sorry, not 650. 680, sorry, 780 to 800. It's like, yeah, you could put 20 points of risk on and you'd be fine to rotate down. Or you can just like wait for some better confluence where it's like, oh, okay, like we know that this rotation is going to occur with us holding here, and your risk can be this 600 to 610, right, for this play back up. But we'll have this a very similar trade occur if we can now see a bid maintain this area with Russell actually being able to breach and then playing back up to VWAP. If this is continuing to just hold as resistance, all we're going to do here is trap off sides and then rotate down. And we can play that with RTY losing this balance that it's trading in very super tightly. So like I'd rather just wait for clarification before actually taking that. And you'll still have, like, sure, we miss half the move, but it's not really important when we're capturing something that feels much more comfortable to be in. Just like we did for this down leg, right? It's like it doesn't really matter in larger context, missing half of it, because the trade felt good when we're actually in something that's met all of our criteria. But again, if you're just like doing a very mechanical risk-based thing of like, oh, okay, we pushed over our zone, everything's holding where it needs to, I'm willing to put 10 points of risk here into our low. And as long as that maintaining, I'm looking for my target into the top edge. Like, oh, okay, cool. That's fine. But if you know you're going to be like emotional in that area and you don't see enough, you don't have to take it, you know?
Rory just hears Gamba and gets excited.
So really nice bid on our hold of our top edge here on NQ. Rotation up with Russell breaching. Just be wary of our VWAP above. I'd like to see, honestly, a retest of this and then a breach. That would be way more ideal, but it might not happen. We'll see. With this move into our PVZ pivot here at 20 or 16s rather, sorry. Understand that this is that test into that liquidity, right? From the previous POC candle. So like I want to see sell side here, and then I'd like to see a pullback with Russell. If we can just get over this and breach, then we can just keep going, right? But if Russell VWAP is still maintaining his offer, then there's not a ton here. And then we just look for a retest of these areas for security, and then we can play it up. Not sure if it's going to happen. Just got to wait and see. Same weakness as before on RTY, right? We'll look for it. Or the flip. But to me, this is a really great area where if I'm long from this lower, I'm trading into the zone, and I'm looking to see if we trap here or not. We know liquidity is above us on NQ. We watch to see how it's taken and where our pullback's going to be. Like, it would be incredibly bullish if we held 708 here. I'm not all that convinced off that. I've got some wrinkles in my brain. Watch out. Gotcha. Yeah, which makes sense. Looking into RTY VWAP will forever be my risk off. We watch for this pullback and for a bid here. Yeah, this should be your first target as we push down into 67 to 47. Watch for Russell to find a higher low. And just like before, we'll watch for this to be a bid, and then we'll watch to see if offer steps in lower for a continuation down, or if we can bid back over and show interest above. Watch our halfway back on RTY for that bounce point. It doesn't have to do this, but it makes sense, right? Like look what's below us here. It's our halfway back on an NQ. It's our value low of previous candle and POC of previous candle. So we need to see a really adamant seller row this below and then retest this if we're going to rotate. And it can, right? But like you should be risking off their understanding of where we are in trading. And if it offers below, awesome, right? You're already in your runner. GG. Just watch for this now as a retest where we wanted to see support should now be your offer, 47 to 67. Again, like not everything's going to play out.
Learning, man. It's huge.
Like if you think support is going to be a supportive level and we push right through it, view it as your offer on retest. They're trying to shift value. Russell bidding at our halfway back. We are getting to Gamba hours, where I stop trading. We'll see what happens, but you're probably going to hear a lot less from me. I don't like trading the last 30.
I think end of week after these last 2 days as well, like this is going to be kind of gnarly. It's going to be really whiplashy. Not great signals.
Russell VWAP
His
test,
dilemma
full rotation.
says that we would expect
Watching for a potential lower high here.
Chavez Darima, currently speaking on Fox News.
Understand with this push below, we have potentially people trapped. So what we're going to be looking for is either a very clear rejection here into our high of range, maintaining our lows, or a clear look above with Russell leading for upside. The catalyst is present on both sides, right? Got these guys here at our lows on the look back in.
To regulate and ensure workforce is ready.
Now we're looking for either the very clear look above and hold with Russell leading, or a very clear sell into top of range and rotation down. Remember our buyer at 708 on last attempt. Is there a shift or no? Watching RTY try to support on VWAP. We need some sort of change or your edges maintain. Russell leading. RTY continuing to lead. Watch for retest on our edge. No, NQ, sorry. Targeting 790 if we can hold this edge for POC shift. A lot more volatility coming back in. On the dumb. Careful.
City analysts say they see signs of market stress in areas including cross-asset volatility, high-yield spreads, and U.S. Treasury liquidity.
I told you 790. I took off a little risk here though, into 70. Whatever comes first, 790 or RTY into our value edge. And then above that,
3
you can look
months.
for like
Use
820.
them to get
but-
on board with Trump policy.
You should be looking to see if we sell here.
Labour Secretary Chavez Darima interview on Fox News ends.
I'm about to get fully stopped here if we go below 24. Stopped. Again, the only reason we were targeting this area, Roy, is this is our POC shift. So I'm always looking for our push into this area. It just makes sense. And if you look on footprint itself, we can also see that this was the last area that people got stuffed. We'll see if this flips, or I don't know. We'll see what happens. Watching Russell.
I love that. What is going on with Dom?
Some buyers, some sellers.
What is going on with Dom?
I probably miss whatever this next move is, but I'm done. It's Gamba territory now. We're holding where we need to, but it's 330. We're holding, again, where everything looks fine. Russell's just rotating in between our two zones, and Q's rotating in our two zones. We're holding our 708. But, we've got a lot of volume at 760. I don't know. This year, new 15s here. If we're below 760 and we can't get over on the open new 15, it's going to be a bit rough. There's a lot of volume traded there. I think you just wait for Russell VWAP, if anything. This is our new level with that move. I don't really see anything here. If we can get over 800s, then we have a bit of room. 800s is the 790, 800 is very clear. Everything else is a bit muddy. You've got like 850 and then like 890 above. Really all I see. Like 880, 890. This is RTY into our value edge. There's your 50 target on NQ. This is Russell 30-second opening range low and our previous low. So super important area. For more, we need to see a clear look in and then a hold, and then we can continue. Expect that this 56.9 to 64.1 on Russell holds as resistance into our day open. We want to see this area really defined. Remember what happened last time we were here. This is a super strong rejection point. So if we can now hold this edge as supportive, it's a pretty clear shift. This is secondary target on NQ as we push into this 80 to 90.
This is the LVN is one. Yes.
This is a super strong rejection on Russell last. Again, I don't trade last 30. I'm not in any trades. I'm just, for those that are, I'm giving you levels. I'm not in anything. I'm so close to moving out of this building. This place is...
It's so crazy. It's because it's like,
Ugh.
I feel like so nice, but it's like so many problems.
Yeah. They've switched management teams like actually 4 times. They've just full on fired. Yeah, that's how you know things are bad.
US issues guidance on tariffs going to affect April 5th.
I was talking to my neighbor because 2 of the elevators were down yesterday, so there was a wait. So we were both just chatting there, and I was like, "This place is low key a disaster." And he's like, "Yeah, I actually have been here for 2 floods, and I've been flooded twice. And I had to move to this floor." And he's like, I was on the 10th floor, and I was on the 2nd floor, and they moved me here, and because
guidance related to
my
terraced
apartments
house
were
or even
completely
second floor.
ruined. And I was like, "Dude, why are you still here?" And he's like, I don't really know. It's like they moved me to this apartment up here, and it's $1,000 more than I was paying per month on my on the 10th floor. Like, I'm really struggling. I was like, "What are you like? They forced you to move apartments, and now you have to pay more, and all of your shit was
Yeah.
ruined. Like, what are you doing?"
I feel like they have 'cause I ran into this a lot of places in Colorado too, where they're like, yeah, but the experience and the location, so we can like be crappy with it. I feel like it's almost that mentality too, because you have like a nice location and stuff, and it like appears nice. So then they think they can do less for the actual quality.
I don't know. Blows my mind.
Yes, it is quite strange. I agree. Especially with how much they charge you.
Oh my god, yeah. That's funny. I don't know. Luckily, I haven't experienced any of that. Just like some false alarms with the fire, the fire alarms, and that's about it. But they make you like you get a fine every month if you don't have renter's insurance. So like everyone is insured here, which is good. But I'd wish they just like get their shit together. I hope he's loaded. I don't know if he is. You know, look at that doesn't really say much. That's annoying. HOAs are the worst. Yeah, again, like I really don't see much here with Russell into our 30-second opening range. You're just waiting for this thing to find its low. I'd like to see 40s hold on Russell, but if they don't, then you're coming back down to 34 very quickly, and then we look for the bid there. I'm actually just going to mark that. And the same thing goes for NQ. Don't see a ton here. Just the 760 level is incredibly important, where we saw that buyer last. It's a lot of transactions that happened here. We want to see if this area will maintain. Saw some absorption into like 820, 830. So we can watch that as where we need to breach. And we can just have our 760 here. I'm just trying to clean up the charts a bit. Okay. No, my place is not haunted. It's not a torture chamber. It's a really nice building. Like, there's just like a lot of issues with it. They put this place up quick. So there are a lot of issues that are coming up now, you know, like 5-6 years later. And now these new management teams have to deal with it, which I feel bad for. It's really not that old. It's pretty new. Let me look it up.
Hello, market check-in here. 1 minute to last 15. Sellers found in all LVNs and RTY daily open. RTY back to 42, 44 area.
I think it's 5 years old. 5-6 years old. It's very new. So it's just like shoddy construction. And now like all these issues are coming out. But like the city I live in, there's just not, for like what I want to be living in, there aren't a lot of options, which is goes back to Mario's point where it's like, for what this is, you don't really get that in a city where I live. Like a newer, like high amenity. There are other apartment complexes and like condo areas in the city, but nothing that's like been remodeled to meet modern amenities. So I'm kind of like stuck here until I can find something better, or just move to Florida. No. So 760 held into our last seller here into 20 to 30. I'm not sure if we breach or not. It looks okay. Russell retesting highs. We'll see what happens. But I think this is a great first risk off if you did play off of the 760 edge. You always link me Tank America. Have you been there, Flex? Or do you just link it to me? Yours is 15. Yeah. Again, like I think it's just they put this thing up so quick. And we have to deal with like the weather here is a bit absurd. It'll be like snowing and negative, 20 degrees one day, and then 2 days later it's 70 degrees. So I don't know if they accounted for that. And I think it affects a lot of the like the plumbing and all of like the internal construction. Like I don't think they had that in mind when they built the place. You've been linking me this website, Tank America, for 2 years and you haven't gone yourself. Crazy.
He wants you to go.
So looking at the guidance here, it doesn't look to be anything from it. Just giving a list of different things and the schedule and the different items that the tariffs are on.
20 offer held, no change. Guy's still sitting there. Russell, opening range low, still holding, no change. NQ leading down. Might be able to watch 730 for a reoffer. For a continuation, unsure. I just see that liquidity resting there into our value edge of this candle. You have MOC in a minute and 15 seconds, so expect some crazy volatility. Built before or after COVID? I guess it was being built during COVID with that timeline. I'm not sure. I haven't been here for all that long.
1 minute to the marker and close imbalance. Ten seconds.
Does the turret actually work? I doubt it.
Market on close imbalance S&P 500 sell side 3.7 billion, Nasdaq 100 sell side 2 billion, Dow 30 sell side 1.2 billion, Mag 7 sell side 943.
It is all selling.
Across the board sell
Holy
side here.
Jesus.
Rory just exited his position, that's what that was.
Oh, good job, man. Yeah, that made sense. There's not a ton here at 640. It's your last known buyer from 640 to like 600, where I think we can see some chop. If it can push below 600s, then yeah, it's GG's. But watch this 40 edge. RTY VWAP, we're like basically there. This is RTY VWAP, so yeah, just good risk off. Or at least move your stops down, you know. I could see a retest into 700 being needed if we don't just see immediate selling pressure down to retrace the full move. Just watch Russell VWAP. Again, this 40 is where the last bid was on NQ. If we get below 600s, you've got room. But I just do not know. Buyer getting absorbed, or sorry, seller getting absorbed a bit here into 640. Offer sitting at 660. I think it was a good last trade. It's huge, even. Testing our 600 off of the 40 rejection. Again, like sellers got to show interest below this, so this is just where it chops. RTY maintaining VWAP so far. ES coming back down to our low at 16. You get an alert for ABBV. Yeah, but buying pharmaceuticals right now is scary with the tariffs. I don't know. Like buying utilities makes sense in this kind of market. Trying to think what else makes sense. Really just like utilities. See, the problem is if I move to Florida, all my friends live in like the Miami area, and it's just like so overly expensive for no reason that it kind of disgusts me. No,
Yeah,
I
it's so
know.
overrated.
Yeah, like I'm aware. That's why I don't want to move there. But that's where I would be because all of my friends live there. But it's like all of the people I hate in one location. Like the people that I know that live there, like go out for drinks on the weekend and do like the big like clubbing and all of that. And I just like,
S&P
nope,
500 down 6%.
not my scene. Buying like, you know, $300 bottles. Like, what do you just know? Everyone is just like trying to flex.
Yeah, for no reason.
It's just not my scene. Go hang out on daddy's yacht, you know?
What Rory does.
We could never be real friends. Is that what you do, Ty? You go clubbing? What?
High #1 clubber.
I can see flex being one. I don't know. I don't know about you. You're a little too soft spoken.
What's my cue? Buddy, I was at the front of the line. Yeah, I'm just sitting here. Yeah, it's in the first 4,000, dude. Why are you in queue? What?
We're just back to our 550 here. It's the same as before. Offer went 600, rotation back down to our lows. Russell flat. You've got 2 minutes until close. Actually, yeah. You guys are already friends. What do you mean?
He's debating it though. He could, right? We could def be friends, possibly.
You mean like you'd put on clothes to go see him? Is that what you're saying?
I would hope not. That would ruin everything.
So what's the verdict, guys? Are we gapping down another 5% on Monday into open or what?
I feel like we should get some relief at least somewhat of the week, but I don't think the sell's over yet. I think a week or two it'll be time for a good old-fashioned XPXL trade, to be honest.
Ooh.
Long socks, why? Of all the things to buy, why that?
Not everyone can see the future.
It's like, what sector is going to be hurt by import-export things the most? Definitely things made in Asian countries. Let's go along that leveraged.
Oh, yeah.
Your timing is quite poor with that mentality. Anyway, Ty knows that I love him. But man, some of the things he says and does, you know?
That is the bell, my friends. RTY flat. Very similar to yesterday, to be honest. In the close with Russell. It's gonna be really rough if 600 holds
20%
offer
record close
into Monday.
Also, the S&P 500
Really rough.
ends week down 9.1% in the biggest decline since March 2020.
I feel like yesterday we closed at a very similar spot where we basically retraced the entire move and came back down to our previous buyer. And then they just punished the absolute hell out of the buyer at the lows and in Globex.
Dow Jones Industrial Average confirms it is in a correction, ending more than 10% below its record close.
So I'll probably have to do a update on levels over the weekend. And with that being said, I'm just going to clear charts and then we'll reevaluate. So we'll go into Monday fresh. I'll do levels over the weekend after I see what happens in Globex.
Yeah, it's gonna be... The newsletter might be weird this week with how all this worked out. Enjoy, man. Sounds fun.
What happened?
This generational bottom is deafened.
Yeah, what happened last time Surf was on vacation?
Whenever Surf goes on vacation, it's amazing. The best of the best.
Later, Flex. Later, Kels.
Also, Toronto stock index confirms the correction ends down more than 10% below its January 30th record closing high.
All right. Peace, everyone. See you
Goodbye.
Monday.